is your boy Chris Reed Beats, back with another video. Today we are live streaming, man. Welcome everybody to the channel, and today we're going to be discussing some EQ, compression, leveling, mixing tips, all in Reason. I think it's a long waited, long overdue, this so that we could give, you know, another kind of video just like this. So hopefully you guys are in for that video. Want to make sure my levels and stuff is good, looking good, everything feeling good, and I hope that you guys are feeling good as well. Now, I actually don't have my chat open right now where I can see it. Usually I have something over here to the side. You guys are feeling good as well. Work it out and make sure everything is good to go right now. All right, cool. I see everything is straight to go right now. Great keys, great keys. Marcus Garvey, King Willie, Sasha, is good to see y'all, man. If anybody else is up in here in the stream, please be sure to let me know, man. It's good to see y'all. I'm glad to see y'all up in here. Mike Ramondo, I see you coming through as well. Good evening to you, sir. So right off the bat, I want to get started talking about and reacting to this video that I just saw recently. I thought this was like so interesting, so amazing. Looks like we got Prince Northwest, excuse me, Prince Northwest. What's up, yo? Good to have you up in the stream as well. I want to talk about this Ocean video. Now, I know if y'all are watching me, y'all have definitely seen Ocean before. Very talented producer, over 400,000 subscribers, something like that here on YouTube. JR, was good with you. But I watched this video recently, his most recent video, I believe, and it's Timbaland reacting to Ocean's beats and kind of giving him some critique and giving him some pointers on his beats. And exactly, King Willie, exactly. What's up, Zombie up in here, Crook and Zombie? Good to see you, man. I am doing good. I'm doing good. But yeah, that video is interesting to say the least. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about it, or why I'm bringing it up, is because like the topic we're going to talk about today is like mixing and leveling and stuff like that. And you know what's interesting is Ocean played like 6 beats and Timbaland didn't say anything to him about mix or level or anything like that. And I don't know if that was for a couple different reasons. Could be that everything was mixed very well and, you know, sounded good. He didn't have to provide any of that information. But the one thing that was consistent in what Timbaland was saying when he was giving his critique, the one thing that was consistent was melody. And I don't think it's because Ocean melodies weren't on point or like they're not on point. His beats are tight. I think that Timbaland just has a different respect and a different level for melody because, I mean, if you look at his track record, like that's the thing that really pushes a lot of his hits. It's really the melody. When you think about, like, of course it's the bounce, but that was one of the things that he said. And a lot of his beats, he was like, the beat is cool, just work on the melody. So it's like bounce is important. And he got the bounce, but it was like the melodies, there's certain melodies that you could just pick out and you know it immediately. And I think that's the difference between, you know, what he is saying is important and what we might think is important. Like melody seems like it was on like the top list or top priority in that critique. It just seemed like that was the important thing. Get your melodies right. Timbaland uses Ableton. Timbo hates Logic. Yeah, that part was hilarious as well. I really just like that video. And I like the fact that Ocean just got straight into the conversation and the critique between the two of them. It's only a 6-minute video. It's like right to the point. He doesn't like open up like, hey, Timbaland is talking about my beats or anything like that. He just get straight to the point. But Timbaland has this thing against Logic. What do you guys think the issue is with Logic? Because I don't know why he specifically, you know, was against Logic. And the only 2 DAWs that he did bring up was Fruity Loop, and he brought up Ableton. Now, of course, like King Willie said, Timbo uses Ableton, you know, so if he uses Ableton, of course, that's the reason why he brought up Ableton. But then, you know, Fruity Loop being the only other one, you know, for why he brought that up. But he was against using Logic. And I just wonder if there's anybody that likes Logic, if like what you think about that there's this Grammy winning, multi-platinum producer basically saying Logic is garbage, to just put it frankly. I couldn't really say it any could say it no other kind of way, because he basically was just like, stop using that, don't use that no more, don't use Logic. It's a really interesting video though, man. Calvin Black, what's good, man? Good to see you up in here. My advice: Timbo is top 5 all time. Never meet your heroes. I love him, but Timbo he's beat hating. I mean, all right, so there was 6 beats. 3 of the beats had like a Latin vibe. They had like a Latin feel. The bounce was there. The drum pattern was there. You could hear it when you go look at the video. You could hear the drum pattern. You can hear it, but it was. I didn't really hear like anything that caught my attention melody wise. So I understood what Timbo was saying when he's like, if you're gonna go Latin, like you gotta really give those feelings. You gotta give those melodies that instantly make somebody start singing as soon as they hear the beat. And I didn't hear that from 3 of those beats. But now the beats that I feel like was in like Ocean's bag was like the drill beat and the last beat he played, which was kind of like a R&B trappy like type beat. And those had, I feel like those had the elements that were kind of missing from the previous beat. And then it was one beat, I was just like, why would you play this beat? I was like, I don't understand why. Why would you play this beat, Ocean, if you're going to let Timberland listen to it? But I don't know, maybe it was like, I want to show like a well-roundedness. So I don't want to just play one type of beat. And I also want to like get, help on different areas. So I'm just going to play, this. I think that it was very strategic. I don't think that he like chose just like 6 random beats or something like that to play. I think he really was strategic in the beats that he played. And I think that, whatever connection that he had to, get on the call with him, or he could be a part of the Beat Club, Timbaland's Beat Club, and that could be like a feature from there. And Ave McCree also did recently a reaction video to Timbaland's Beat Club. And when he did the reaction video to Timbaland's Beat Club, he showed the price of it, and it's not cheap. But he also showed that the people who are currently in the Beat Club, like their follower and subscriber list is like over the hundreds of thousands. So they've been making music and, they've been putting their face out there for some time now. They have large followings, but more than the large followings, what Ave McCree showed was that they were talented. They are multi-instrumentalists. They were people who were able to do some very talented things, key drumming, guitar playing, singing, songwriting, all in one. And when you have all this talent, that makes a big difference. So, I think Ocean would definitely fall into that criteria. Has the following, has the talent. He might be on Beat Club, and that might be, how that came about for him getting on, getting Timbaland to review some of his tracks. Let me see what y'all saying over here real quick. What's up, A Major Keys, man? Good to see you. My guy, A Major. Ocean holds back from the making the beat that was in his head, which could be complicated to make. So he makes what's easier, so to say. I think we all might have that issue, that problem from time to time, where it's like, how lazy do I want to be, or like how dedicated do I want to be with this? I like, it's just certain techniques and things that you could do that might take time for you to, pull it all the way out, and I just get distracted. And so I just get to the point where I'm like, okay, I think that I done reached my point with this one, and I'm getting bored, so I'm gonna go to the next one rather than like sit there and really spend like the next 5, 10, 15 minutes on like a transition or on like some song structure. I would just rather go to the next thing. And I think that is really because I'm like honing and focusing my production into a different lane. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think it's interesting to say the least. That the tracks that he chose, they were interesting tracks. You guys should go watch that video if you haven't watched it so far. Timmy. So I done seen Timbo, Timbaland, Tim. I've never seen anyone call Timbaland Timmy, but okay. Timmy gets impressed with non-trap hats, music with great sonics. Got you. Ray Jarko, what's up? Timbo mediates your beats to known artists. He will love you on the keys, bro. I don't even know how to respond to that. Let me see so real quick. I don't even know. I think I need like at least 2 more years training in the cave with the sensei. I need at least that much time training in the cave with the sensei before I could be like, yeah, Timbo, yeah, come look at my stuff. Come check me out. I need some more time from that. Come on, URL. Okay, here we go. All right, so I was looking at y'all chats and stuff. But yeah, I really did like that. I like that. Let me see, is it working? It is working. Okay, great. So I really like that video, man. I thought that video was really great. And for those of you that's here for the mixing and leveling, and we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. But I definitely wanted to chop it up with my peoples, in the front of the video. I had some people tell me they missed that part. So, definitely wanted to chop it up with y'all for a minute. Like I said, I love Timbo, but if you watch the Beat Club, he's not consistent about what he likes, and that's cool. If you're not a 12-year-old producer, he ain't impressed. I also felt like I don't know, but part of that video, I was like, hey, I'm finna take, he was like singing the like melodies and stuff. I was like, dang, somebody should sample that and make a beat out of that. You got Timbaland like singing live. Doo, 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 doo. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with Ave on that thought. They do all the pop star style show. Don't mean that they are making the best music. It's just the know-how to put on a show, but that's not really the producer's role. I think Ave made a point in terms of showing that there's like talent there, and the fact that the people who are in the Beat Club are so talented is to say, if you're looking at a pool, it's big fish, little pond theory. If you're looking at a pool of 100 people and you say from that 100 people, there are like 10 standouts, then what do the 90 people do? Because this 10 standouts are going to get the shine. They're the ones that are going to get the placement. They're the ones that's going to get the teamwork, the collaboration, the content building. They're the ones that's going to, the squeaky wheel gets the oil because they're shining. And so he's saying, don't drop yourself into the pool of the 100 people and get lost, because you might be dope, you know what I'm saying, doing your thing where you are. You might not be for this Beat Club, because you could, next to these people and next to these levels of talent, if you don't have these levels of talent, then what you're going to end up doing is you're not going to shine like they're shining. So you're going to get lost, and the 90 and the 10 are going to be the ones to get pushed to the forefront. So I don't know if it's necessarily about the showmanship or like that, what Ave was saying. What Ave was saying was like, if you don't think you're as talented as these people, then don't think that you're going to get the placements, or that you're going to get the attention, or that you're going to get the notoriety that they are getting, or that they might get. And we know that with somebody like Timbaland, we're not talking about tens of people, hundreds of people, or even thousands of people. I think at the bare minimum, you're probably going to get tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people joining and wanting to be a part of this, illustrious club, to get these illustrious items and plugins and opportunities. Like, I think that, you got a lot of competition there. So, you got to be careful messing around with Beat Club. I keep hearing they remaking beats that are submissions. That's interesting. I mean, when you look at like how many beats is this like in the world now, because for every one like marketplace, you can name 5 others. And so I'm hearing about marketplaces that I never even heard of before. So it's like, it's interesting. A long time ago, you know, when people were sampling, they started saying, okay, we're not going to sample the music no more. We're just going to recreate it. We'll just replay it. I'll just get a keyboard player, a bass guitarist. I'll get a drummer. I'll get whatever. And we'll just replay the beat. And so it's like, well, this is my interpretation of the beat. This is not your beat. It's two different beats. We replayed it. So, you know, it's like, I could definitely see that this being an issue, because I would think it's easier to even do so now, where it's like, you know, especially you hear a beat and it's like, oh, I know that loop on Splice. Oh, okay, I'm gonna just go grab the same loop. You did it in the key of A, I'm gonna do it in the key of F, and then we just gonna make this money. I agree, Timbo is great, but sometimes he downs a lot of stuff. Magoo calls him Timmy. Oh, okay. Listen, Ocean has some serious slappers. Malloy MD Leeds. I don't think I've seen your name before, but shout out to you. He has some serious slappers. I personally think Timbaland was talking was. I think I know what you're saying, but I'm not going to say it out loud. But I also think Ocean picked some Medi beats on purpose. So I don't know. Sounds like they was both trolling. That's an interesting concept, and it's hard to as somebody like myself who doesn't have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and, you know, placements and something like that, I would be fanboying to have an opportunity to be on the FaceTime call with Timbaland, let alone have the wherewithal and the thought process to say, I'm going to make this into a video, and then I'm going to troll Timbaland so that, you know, I get more people to watch and click and talk about my stuff. I think it's possible. I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm just saying, whoa, you really have to be thinking in another place to say, I'm going to troll Timbaland, right? It's just like, that's interesting to like say, but it is possible that he could have been trolling. If you go and look at the video, if you look at the comment section, like pretty much 90% of the comments are Ocean has way better beats than these. Ocean has way better beats than these. Like, oh, these are some of the like most like ordinary beats from Ocean. Like, oh, these don't even sound like Ocean's best beats. Like, everyone was in agreement. So you could be right, spot on with that. Like, it was a troll type situation, or, you know, I think earlier, like I said earlier, maybe he was trying to do a spectrum. Maybe he was trying to. So I guess it's two ways to look at the video. You could take it like Ocean was being incredibly serious, and he's on this side. He's incredibly serious. He wants real critique from one of the greatest music producers ever. Or he's on this side. He's not taking this stuff seriously. He's just trying to make content, and he's trying to troll Timbaland. And by trying to troll Timbaland, he's going to boost his content ratings. I think you could be on either. I think you could be on one of those two sides. So I'm on he was taking a serious side, and he just displayed some different types of beats to really make Timbaland work, and not just give him like the generic response that you could give any producer, right? I don't know, but that's my thought. Just be careful with the submission app. I keep hearing producers, their beats keep getting remade and released without any credit. Totally different subject. Check out T-Pain's Twitch on YouTube. He's serious with his recording process, bro. T-Pain is that guy. You know, hands down, T-Pain is that guy. I watched a video where he created the morning show theme for Big Tigger. I was like, yo, like he really is like meticulous, but he's another one of those guys that you could tell like he really puts in time and the effort. He has the endurance where it's like, yo, he's like working on this for like some time. He really put the time in to make this sound good. You know, but also it just comes so natural to him, man. He's a natural entertainer. He's a natural voice. He's a natural face, it's just everything. I mean, like T-Pain would be that one, you know, to come out and be like, yeah, y'all, the T-Pain effect, but I really can sing. Like, nah, I really can sing. Like, I'll put these harmonies on. I won't use a liquor auto tune. And so it's just like, and then to see like, oh yeah, and I make beats too. Oh yeah, and I write songs too. Oh yeah, man, just just out of here, man. Out of here. Out of here. Catchy Noise Productions, man. Welcome to the stream, bro. It's good to see you, man. The beat club producers who get recognized the most are the ones doing what was traditionally what was for the pop star. Superstar DJs like Deadmau5, he puts on a great show, is my point. I get you, Holla. I got you. I get you. Raging Oracle, this stealing mentality you mentioned was one of the reasons for me quitting creating for 10 years. Man, when it comes to like discouragement, I think if you looking for anyone to encourage you in this business, man, unless you're looking at the people that's in this stream, the people in this stream are good people. They're God-fearing people. They're loving people. The people in this stream are super encouraging. Outside of the people that come watch this stream and maybe like some other people's stream, like Curtis King stream, like outside of them people, if you're looking for encouragement or things that would encourage you as a music producer in the music industry, you're looking for the wrong place. You got to really self-motivate. You got to self-push, because you're going to find a lot of things that's discouraging about the music industry. And I've been there. I've been right there with you where it was like, dang, okay, I was picking up momentum. I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. We making beats. And then the next thing you know, like something happens and it's like, that's not how that's supposed to go. That's called disillusionment. When you think things are supposed to go a certain way and then they don't go that way, that's disillusionment. And so there's a ton of disillusionment in the music industry, because it's like we say, I'm going to make really good music and then someone is going to like that music. We're going to make songs together and then I'm going to make my worth, my value from what I attributed to the song. I'm going to get that. And it's like, no, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get that. And it's like, well, then I'm going to have my name on the song. I'm going to get the producer credit. I'm going to have my name in there. And when they get a Grammy, like I'll be a part of that experience. And 9 times out of 10, you're not going to do it. You're going to be a ghost producer. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to work out the way you first planned it to work out. It's not until you get to the point where you're undeniable. Like where, I think it was T.I. said, you're not going to have to send me beats. You're not going to have to email me. You're going to be so hot that I'm going to come looking for you. Until you really get to that point, you're going to suffer from a lot of disillusionment. You're going to suffer from a lot of like contracts not showing and not reading how they should read because they're not in your favor at all. They're just completely against you. You're going to have moments of people taking your beats, taking your stuff. And especially if you're not hip to the game, like I really feel like you got to be your own lawyer or you got to really hire a lawyer. Like you can't it's no in betweens. Either you're going to be a lawyer to the point where you know all of the laws and you know all of the information and you're going to move forward like that, or you're going to hire a lawyer and you're going to hire an entertainment lawyer, because it can't be any in between. It can't be like, oh, I know some people that know some people and, you know, they're going to make sure that everything is good for me. No, you're going to suffer from a lot of disillusionment. So, and I was watching that there's been some videos. I don't even want to mention the guy that covered it, but there have been some videos about on TikTok. This guy was stealing his beats. And it was like, when you first read it or when you first come across the information, it's like, oh, they're stealing his beats. Like they're just taking his whole beat. And like maybe he was doing it live or something and they took it. It's like, no, once you keep watching the videos, what's revealed to you is, oh, they had a working relationship together, but he's just not getting the credit for the work that he put in. That's disillusionment. That's what happens in this music. It happens. Now it happens because people are greedy. People are dishonest with you. Some people. And when you have greedy and dishonest people, then that's what they do. They say that they're looking out for you or for your best interest, but they're really not. And the only ways that you can know about it or speak about it is if you speak about it from experience. And I've experienced that. So it's like people taking your beats and your samples, and but it's like you also got to know what these words and terms mean, when it comes to leases and royalty free. What does that mean? What does the actual business side of it mean? Otherwise you're gonna face a lot of disillusionment. But if you're going with the mentality of I pretty much know that this is how this works out for 90% of music producers who first start off their career, they all will talk to you about it, and they all will say, this is exactly what happened. This happened to me. This happened to him. This happened to her. It happened to the best of them. It happened to the best of them. But then they got to a point where they can afford a lawyer. They got to the point where they could afford the back end, making sure everything was working right. They got to the point where they were popular enough to where they could put an artist on blast if they didn't give them their credit, stuff like that. You got to build yourself to that point. So I'd say, I don't know. He sent me down a lane there because I understood exactly where it was coming from. Because I did the same thing where it was like, this happened. I don't like the way that felt. I'm not doing this music stuff no more. That literally happened to me, where it was like, this should not have never happened. If this was a person that cared about me the way they said they cared about me, was a partner with me the way that they said they was a partner with me, was working with me the way they said they was working with me, was willing to invest in me like I was investing in him. If these things were true, these things I just said was true, you would not have did what you did. And my wife was literally just talking about it the other day, because she said, man, I really like that song that y'all made. And I'm so I'm not cool knowing that happened. And now that has kind of severed this relationship. So it's like, in terms of business, that's where we sit. You know what I'm saying? I pray for you. I pray for your family. I'm definitely I'm hoping and wishing that you succeed in life, and I'm praying for it. But in terms of business, I'm cool. I'd rather just sit at home in this garage and talk with y'all than ever get back into that situation. Timbo has admitted several times that every beat he thought was a hit of his, they did not make it big. The ones that he didn't think were hits became mega hits. Now, that's interesting. That's interesting to say the least. It's a fishing venture, but when guys' beats get remade and it's in actual published articles, you have to really proceed with caution. Exactly. Timbo knows field. That's his superpower. I think it's like, yeah, y'all know that. Yeah, everybody know the same video that I know that I'm finna think of. Y'all know the video where Jay-Z is in the studio with Timbaland, right? He's in the studio with Timbaland. Timbaland got a big gallon of water or whatever he was drinking, and they both got on white tees, and they trying to show each, he's showing them the beats. He's like, okay, he plays the beat, and you hear Ludacris potion beat. And you see in Timbaland face, he gonna like this one. Like, that's what Timbaland face, he gonna like this one. He gonna like this. I think this one he gonna be. And it's a dope beat, but it's like pass. But the same pass was Ludacris's like that song was dope. Like, that was one of my favorite Ludacris songs, like a B-side song, because it wasn't it wasn't a single from Ludacris and nothing like that. But in terms of just a song that's on the album, it's a dope song. But a pass from Jay-Z, right? But it is that moment when Dirt Off Your Shoulder comes on. We done all seen this video. Y'all know what I'm talking about. When Dirt Off Your Shoulder come on, and it's like, I think it was at one point, it was like he was about to skip it. Like, he was about to go to the next track, and then he kind of doubled back, and it's like, oh, it's something there. It's something there. But what does that come from? It comes from he's playing these beats. It's interesting. I would play beats for artists. I'll say this. In a moment of transparency and honesty from myself, I don't have whatever Timbaland has in that department of, I know what beat to play for this artist. I don't have that, because I would have moments and times I would sit down with artists, I would play beats, and I would be like, I think he gonna like this beat. Or some other times I'll just be like, I'm gonna just play my best beats. I'm gonna just play the beats that I like the best. and just I think he'll like them because I like the beats the best. Neither one of those cases did that ever win. It always was the track that I was least expecting that person to pick. It was always the track that I was that's the one? Really? So I don't know what it is about it, but it's like a real thing. It's like a real thing, you know? I don't know. Oh. Speaking of J. Cole. Oh man, because that was another topic I wanted to talk to y'all about, man. Oh man, it's so much love in here, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through. I see Ivan Velez came through. Salove, I think is how you say it. I need somebody in here to help me go through all these things, man. There's so much happening in the chat right now. But J. Cole, man. J. Cole goes out of his way to get beats from first-time placement producers. That's so interesting. Y'all know. Okay, man. Hey, Chris, what's up, Ivan? Don't forget the 360 deal. Oh no, that's right. How is it working with Ryan and getting to pick his mind and watch him work? Okay, we're gonna go over that. We're gonna go over that in a second. Somebody brought up J. Cole, and I wanted to Sasha's here too. I see Sasha. Big industry producers come onto YouTube looking for dope beats and ideas from little channels and unknown producers to rip off of because there is nothing they can do about it. This is my beat. What is it? Jay-Z and Joe Budden. Joe Budden had the song Pump It Up. Jay-Z did a freestyle remix, and in the song he says, give me that beat, fool. This a full-time Jack move. And it's pretty much like that. When you the big fish, the little fish get ate up, right? But because all of this is related, all of this kind of goes together. I saw the Ocean video, but then I heard about J. Cole going on YouTube, searching for a J. Cole type beat, finding a J. Cole type beat, and then making a song to that beat, and then giving the song to the producer to then be able to put it on his channel. I want to know what you guys think about that. I want to know what y'all think about that. Did y'all hear about that? I'm sure y'all did. In the producer community, I think that was something that I don't know. It was just something about him doing that was like a lot of people looked at it was like, oh yeah, he was looking out for the creator. Procrastination. I haven't even heard the song. King Willie says the song is amazing. I'm thinking about the business acumen of it, the marketing of it, the strategy of it. I'm thinking of who it really serves, who it really purposes. Gray Key says J. Cole is so dope for that. Okay. Because I'm just waiting. I'm trying to have some patience. I'm trying to wait and see what some other people think about that move. I thought it was very interesting that J. Cole did that. J. Cole was brilliant. It's a marketing ploy. Now he get all the bangers first. He will now get first refusal. So instead of going to B Club first, they go to him. He wrote the producer a letter telling him to let it live on his YouTube page forever because Cole was going to shelf it, but decided not to. J. Cole, it's also like, it's also fascinating because the type beat marketing is one that, you know, has like a lot, it's polarizing because you have some producers like I know like DJ Payne has talked about the type name marketing, you know, favorably or unfavorably. His podcast, you know, they will talk about it. And I know that there's other people on YouTube and other music producers and stuff like that who have talked about it. Exactly. Chris Joshua knows what I'm talking about. And the interesting thing about it is if you listen to some of those naysayers or some of those people that was like, it's not a good marketing strategy, or it's this or that, you probably wouldn't sell as many beats. You wouldn't have this opportunity that J. Cole, just demonstrated, and you would be in a situation where you had to come up with another way to market. It's definitely over flooded, because you could put in J. Cole type beat, you could get 10 beats, and you might say, yeah, 5 of these sound like something J. Cole would rap over. I don't know about the other 5. And that's true for like all of the type beats, all of the whoever type beat you want to say. And I guess it's because it's hard to really say what rapper would rap over what. Not every rapper just uses or chooses the same exact type beat every time. So it's hard to say, yeah, this is definitely a Ludacris type beat. It's like, yeah, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I think maybe somebody like Jeezy. Maybe somebody like Jeezy, you could get away with like a young Jeezy type beat. And if it sounded like Thug Motivation, then yeah, you could get away with that, because all of those beats have a very similar style. But somebody that's a little bit more eclectic, like a Jay-Z, or even like a J. Cole. Like J. Cole's sound is not, I don't think that there is a J. Cole type beat. I guess that's the thing that I'm kind of trying to pull out. He has so many different kinds of beats, to where I was like, what's a J. Cole beat? Just something that's fire, pretty much. Like, because when you think about if you think about the different albums that he released, I hate having to come up with names on the spot. But when you think about the different albums he released, like the beats that are on there, it's not like all the beats sound one way or soulful or unsoulful, or like it's just different. So to the marketing side of it, like you guys mentioned, it definitely is something, because it puts your name out there. I think that in general, J. Cole showed that his lyricism puts him into a bracket of genius, a bracket of alien. And as of late, his marketing has really put him into a bracket of genius, a bracket of alien. Like his marketing and ideas and ways to market and promote his music and his brand have just been top notch, in terms of, the different ways that he released music. So it's that's a way to release that music that he did when going on the YouTube type beat produce. Now he done encapsulated this audience, producers, music producers, but not music producers that's in the industry, but just the everyday hardworking, at home studio, YouTube, Airbit, beat star music producer, right? That guy, that kind of music producer sees that headline, goes even harder on type beat, goes even harder. Like, man, well, what if Rick Ross does it next? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what, what if Rick Ross does it next? Or, what if, you just boom, what I'm saying? These type beats. Yeah. But J. Cole already took the lane. So anybody else that did it would be corny now. But I think it's dope. I think it was dope. I think that was a dope play. That was one of them situations. So, 2 more things I want to say before I wrap up this last session. Want to talk about yesterday with Ryan. And then I wanted to wrap up the Ocean Timbaland conversation with this. If you had to select 6 beats to play for Timbaland to get his critique, do you have those 6 beats ready? What would be your process for choosing those 6 beats? And what would you be doing? What would you be doing to, choose those 6 beats? And, I wrapping it up, like I said, wrapping it up, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, dang, I don't even think I have 6 beats readily available that I would even want to play. I was like, I think I have like 3 beats that are in a Reason file that I would need to like make sure our hard drive is connected, open the file, find the located sounds. Like, it's nowhere near ready to be played. It's not an MP3. It hasn't been bounced out. But I thought that was a interesting question. So yesterday we did the Reason live stream, man, and it was epic, bro. It was epic because it was the first time that I was actually like on the stream to make music, and I just really like appreciated the opportunity, man. I appreciated the opportunity because I have been like really trying to just get out there and just you know, get out there and be a part of the community in just another way. So it was great to be on there and be able to do my stuff. I will say it was a little intimidating. And it was interesting because Ryan is very talented. And we had conversations before the live stream. And I was like, do you like ever like make beats live? Like, do you ever have? He's like, no. And I'm like, well, because I do it all of the time. And so, I'm pretty used to the agony of like when it's maybe not going your way, or when you're not really in the vibe, or when you're not really in the mood. It's like a lot of different things come up. Congrats for, hey, thanks, Great Keys. But they are really talented. And I had got goosebumps, what I'm saying, on that live stream. And also I was just like, I could see a tunnel vision focus in Ryan when he started. The second time I passed the beat back to him, because this is what we did. I started the track. I like laid chords, a bass melody, and like a top, and like a little melody or whatever. I laid these 3 elements, and then I sent the file to Ryan, and he started working on it. And then when I sent it to him, he was working on it. Okay, right? When I sent it to him, he had this tunnel eye laser focus of like, okay, I want to do this, and I want to do this, and I want to do this, and I want to do this. And that was something that I could honestly appreciate, because I could just tell he was dialed in. I don't think I was anywhere near as dialed in, because I'm like a lot more like loose. I'm very loose with it. But he had good ideas. He had great ideas, and it really helped to like push the melodies, push the track. It was just perfect. It was like really a perfect merging of production styles, if I could say that. But working with him is just, super dope, right? And doing it live, like all of that was just sick. But with me being very loose, I just want to play a bunch of stuff. Him being pretty laser focused, knowing exactly where he wants to go, kind of feel, it just really helped to like bring me up and kind of like mellow him down and kind of like push us right into where we needed to be. Then when we sent the track out and we got vocals back, I was like, hey, yo, like I really did want to like, can we delete this stream? Cause I like this track a lot, like, but it was dope. It was dope. You could tell like we were in our element, but he was in his element, you know what I'm saying? And so I just appreciate him for, what I'm saying, let me be a part of the process. VCR. Yes. The VCR gang. Chris, I swear it's only a matter of time before Reasonstudios gonna cut you checks for content. Hey man, I'm praying on that time too. You know what I'm saying? On the business side of things, I'm really looking for I'm really looking for all of the opportunities, sponsored content, from, all of, just whoever, software companies, contact Native Instruments. I definitely slid in Native Instruments DM. I'm trying to see if they gonna I definitely slid in the DM and was like, hey man, I really like this last update you guys sent out, and then whoever was there started talking back with me. I was like, dang, I'm finna, yeah, so, can I get some, sponsor content? I got this many subscribers, but I'm not there yet, man. They doing their thing, man. I gotta get my subscriber list up before I hit up Native Instruments again and see. Making beats for our audience is a different thing. I've done it. It's not as easy as it looks, especially if the audience is other producers. Absolutely, great keys. And it's funny because that's really like one of the things that kept happening, because I'm the type, you guys know, when I'm making music here, I'm the type that will look at the chat. Someone will be like, oh, use a reverb, and then I'll go add a reverb. I'm like, yeah, let's check it out. Let's try it out. And sometimes people say to do stuff and I don't do it. But I could tell like Ryan is not where he ain't worried about none of that. It's just boom. I know what I'm finna do. I'm finna teach y'all some stuff. But then at the same time, Jerry Seinfeld has a really great joke. I wish it was somebody else I could use. I like Jerry Seinfeld. I have nothing wrong with him or anything like that. I can say this: Wale used Jerry Seinfeld's joke in his mixtape, album about nothing, and the joke is like this. It's like, have you ever seen two magicians trying to trick each other, like two magicians showing each other their magic tricks, and it's like they're unimpressed. It's like this magician is like, oh look, a rabbit, and then this magician is like, so it's like, so what? Like, I've done that before. I know exactly what that is. Whatever. That's kind of the feeling that I had with like me and Ryan. It was like these two, like, it was like, oh yeah, I could like show this. He's like, yeah, I know how to do that too. And he's like, yeah, I can do this. I'm like, yeah, I can do that too. But then there's like moments like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And it's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And so like they were like sharing secrets. Good times, fun times. But it definitely was some moments of that, like some two magicians showing each other tricks. And it's just like, yeah, for sure. But all love there, man, and genuine too. Just like I could imagine if if me and any of you guys was like having a one-on-one, or like making beats, or like live, or doing a podcast. Like, I really feel like there could just be real, communication back and forth that was just works, you know what I'm saying? Because we vibe together. And so with me and Ryan, it's just natural, it's just natural. It's like, he does this thing, I do this thing, we both do this thing. And it's like, it's good. It's good stuff. Get your share of the beat dollars use. I'm not sure what he's saying. Security purposes. They felt. Oh, when he says he mix as he goes. Right. All Ryan was missing was the cig hanging off his lip. He was in I'm working mode. I hadn't seen him like that full in the back focus. Exactly. And it was really there. But like in a fun way, like in a we really finna put on a show like kind of way, And so it was like it was fun. It was fun. Not sure. Baru? I'm not even sure who that is. His brother was not giving Timmy the backlog of beats. Okay, for sure. So, fun times with the Reason Studio, Reason live stream, man. And like Catchy Noise says, we'll keep doing some work together. We'll see what comes out of it. If there's more, if there's more help that comes. Of course, you guys know I did the Reason Sound Pack. If you haven't had a chance to check out the Reason Sound Pack, classic R&B vibrations, there were some things I did that I really liked in that sound pack, and then there were some things I did out of like desperation. So I dropped that sound pack, and I'm going to be working on another sound pack and more sound packs in the future. So yeah. So I definitely have appreciated this conversation, this talk that we done had here, man. We've been live streaming for a good minute. Almost an hour. So yeah. Almost an hour. I collab with you, Chris. That would be dope. You and Ryan really driving it home that I need to get up on camera and get out there like you. I gotta stop hiding. Yeah, man. You know, you just gotta push yourself a little bit. Ryan and my man Chris Reed Beats, really no reason. Man, I'm still learning. But there's a lot of ways in which like Ryan will school you, like, you know what I'm saying, in a lot of ways. But I'm still learning. But I don't think nobody could really like yeah. It for real is like Luke Skywalker and I was finna say the wrong name because that's not that's not him. Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. It really is like, you know what I'm saying, the Jedi and the Master. Now we need to do one with Matthias. Yes, Chris got the shortcuts certificates. He was teaching Ryan a thing or two, something too. Yeah, I guess. And I often said that before, that's the reason why I like Reason the most, is the shortcuts and the different things you could do quickly. And yeah, I guess it's because I learned the shortcuts, and that's also part of why I really like using the program. So it is what it is. All right, so we're gonna get into y'all let me know, man. Is something else we can talk about or need to talk about? Are we gonna get into this mixing and mastering? Y'all let me know. We're gonna not mixing and mastering, because it's not mixing and mastering. It's EQ techniques and compression techniques. That's what it is. Some leveling, okay, some mixing and some leveling and stuff like that. Checking out some beats and stuff. That's what it is. That's what it is. Let me pull up this. Okay, and then I'm gonna make a deal with you guys. Okay, because I know that everybody has their position on the court. And, you know, when you're on the court, you don't give the center the ball to like take it up the court. You get that to the point guard or the power forward. I don't know. Can you tell that I don't know what I'm talking about? But anyway, my point is, you give the ball to the person that can dribble really well when it's time for dribbling. And when it's time for the three-pointer, you give it to the three-pointer. When it's time for the dunker, you give it to the dunker. So this is what I'm going to say. I got the ball right now. I'm going to give some of my little conversation and stuff like that when I go through this mixing process of looking at this track. And then after I'm done going through it and talking about it, then I'm gonna look to see like, oh, some other things that you guys are saying are good ideas for mixing leveling, because I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna be like, oh, Chris, you should do this, and it's not that it's ever wrong. It's always been good information, but I just want to make sure that I don't get the two misconstrued. I don't want to get the two misconstrued. So I'm looking for something to do a little bit of something on. Let me see this real quick. You got big industry energy, Chris, just as much as Timbaland. Now, Marcus Garvey, that's a very interesting thing to say. I don't I don't know about all of that, man. But I appreciate it. Former Reason users think they know Reason now, and they stuck on Reason 5. Reason is a different. It is. It definitely is different. It's definitely a different thing. Need to talk about how to set up your headphones when you're mixing with cans. Okay, we're mixing with headphones. Yeah, so that's another thing for sure in terms of mixing. There's different theories and strategies to mixing. Mixing in the box, as me and my brother Catchy Noise Production was talking about. Mixing in the box is literally just, your actual via, your program, mixing inside of there, and you don't have any analog gear. You're not running it through any like compressors or anything like that. It's just you, your interface, and your DAW. And that's pretty much what we're gonna be talking about today. So I don't have anything else, to show or give or anything like that. I just have that. Now, I'm in a garage. It's a poorly treated garage. I got some stuff up. I got some foam and some blankets up, and I got some stuff up, but mostly it's for aesthetics. Mostly it's just for the look and feel. It's really not, it's just a huge garage. So when it comes to mixing with monitors, it never worked for me. Plus, I'm always like conscious, like it's for me, if I feel like I am disturbing or interrupting somebody else's piece, then it will always be something in the back of my head. So I live with my wife, and I live with her sister. So, I don't want to be playing music loud, because I feel like that could interfere and disturb their peace. Especially my wife, she's working, she works from home. So I always end up having to mix in headphones. So that would be my thing. I can't wait for the day though when, like, I had a buddy, he had got one of those like sheds that are like outside from Home Depot. He had his father build him one. So he built one and he insulated it in his backyard. He built it, insulated, ran power to it, had an air conditioning unit, had his keyboards in there, all of his modules, everything set up, studio away from the house on its own, insulated, so that would be the best kind of like setup for me, where it's like I'm off to myself and I know that I'm not disturbing anyone's peace. Like that would be like my dream come true. My dream come true. All right. Let me switch over this screen so that you guys can see the reason. Here is the reason. Chris, please make a video after this. How to compress, use EQ with some beats like EDM, live drums like Moto drums, and etc. All right. I'll work on it. Studio in the backyard. See, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Great Keys know what I'm talking about. You gotta have like a dedicated space, somewhere that you can really be like, okay, this is the space, and it's off to itself. It's off to itself. Okay, I'm just trying to set up everything right now. So I'm moving from podcast conversation mode. I really enjoy that too. I'm moving from my podcast, conversation mode, and we moving into sitting in front of the computer mode. So I gotta move everything back around. Okay. All right, let me load this up right here. Sasha got the Adams. I am scared of you. I thought about building an outdoor shed setup. Man, I think it would be so dope, man. So this is my block collection file. I think it would be so dope to have like that dedicated kind of space, man. I really want to do it. Like, especially having this garage. I came from making beats and doing these videos in my bedroom, as a lot of people do, you know. But having it in the garage put a little more distance away. And that was like primarily like, you know, moving into this situation where it was like, okay, you need to have a dedicated space. So having a dedicated space was like the first step. So now having a dedicated space away from the house will be the next step, right? That would be the next step. Okay, let me turn my headphones on, turn the monitors off. Let's hear this guy. Did I switch this? No. Oh, my headphones are not. I turned my camera off, but my headphones are not plugged in. Give me 1 second. Find this headphones. I guess I could just play this. I don't know. Yeah, I can play it. Okay, which one do y'all think is better from this track? So I was making this track. It's probably too loud. I know it's not mixed at all. So we had that version. Blocks collection. Yes, this is the blocks collection because I am using all 32 of these blocks. It's busy, gotta go silences in there. Both are great, but with live drum sounds dope. So I'm trying to like feel all of these out. I don't know, I might do this one. It's crazy when you hear like where it came from. This is how I started this track. And I was like, don't do that. Do something different. So Blocks Collection is like, it's a collection of these different tracks using like similar instruments. I finally got the stuff like organized a little bit better in terms of like color coordinating, putting stuff where they are. So like all of these grays are instruments, and then the greens are audio tracks. And then the light greens are guitar. So these all have like guitar rig and stuff like that. Ooh, new shortcut. I don't know if you guys know this new shortcut or not. It might be something that you already know about, but I was looking at it. So why I can't talk? All right, so you see how everything is collapsed? See how everything is not collapsed, but it's all folded. If you hold the Alt button and then you press the top one, it'll unfold everything. Did y'all know that? Am I alone? Is this old? Because it was one of those things like, oh, wow. Yeah, you can do that. Oh, super cool. Y'all let me know if if that's something old or new, or if y'all just learned something new. All right, so let me see. Works in here as well. Hold Alt, you can shorten all these up. Gray Key said he didn't know it. King Willie said he didn't know it. You can hold Alt, press the top arrow, it will expand everything. Hold Alt, press the top arrow, it will close everything. No more collapsing devices. One for me. I'm mind blown. Bro, I felt the same way. I was just like looking at it and I was like, it's gotta be a way you can close these all at once, right? Like, oh man. Okay, so I'm really just trying to select a beat to go into this mixing conversation. Oh, we gotta bring in the horns. So I know Gray Keys familiar with Bruce Beats, man. Bruce Beats on that trumpet, man. Bruce Beats on that trumpet. Just, oh man, it's killing it. Yeah. I couldn't stop playing this one, man. Okay. Um, yeah, none of these is, I mean, it's gonna be 32 tracks. None of these are mixed. Break it down now. Oh man. Oh man. So I think that definitely, what I can say is that blocks definitely unlock that. Like the blocks definitely unlock that, man. Oh man. Something about just having this block collection ready to go. Oh man. It just did it. Okay, so let's do mixing Coastal Breeze. So we'll do that real quick because I don't know, I was trying to choose one. I'm trying to choose one. And I'm telling y'all, I don't be seeing it. I don't be feeling it like y'all saying it. But I appreciate y'all. Man. Great Key says, let me flip it. The jazz one, I'm gonna send it to you. It's done. I'm gonna send you the whole file, matter of fact. Cause I know Great Keys will flip it crazy. I was in, can I turn this off? Cause I know y'all hear that static. Okay. I was in beginning band in 8th grade, and I was also in beginning band in high school because I was in high school because I was like, I already know how to play this instrument and I really just need an easy A. But I should not have done that. And the teacher found out like midway through. He was like, you've played this before. He's like, stop playing, Chris. Why are you in this class? I was like, man, look, I can't do no more classes. I got all these other classes. I just need an easy class where I can have some fun, man, and get a good grade, man. He's like, all right, well, you really did yourself a disservice. You should have really been in the jazz band, or you should have been. I was playing trumpet. And so, yeah, but I did that because I took the easy route. I shouldn't have did that. I should have held on to that trumpet from 8th grade to 12th grade and did band each of those years, and then continued it into my college days. But I was just kind of like, I don't know. I never felt like I never felt like the musicianship was where it needed to be. I didn't feel like naturally talented or anything like that to put in the work to really get really good, but I should have. So, I don't know. I'll pass that on to my son if he ever gets he's at tuba since third grade. That's exactly like that. If my son ever is interested in anything, I'm going to pass and instill into him the work ethic to really stick with it, whatever it is, and not be like, don't do it midway. Go all in and really, provide and do whatever I can to help him provide, to be able to master it and be masterful at it. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, since this is mixing by Coastal Breeze, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete all of these tracks that I don't need, because I did create a new save file. Let me make sure the other one is not up. Okay. So like this stuff we don't need. I'm only going to keep the stuff that we need because it's mixing this specific song. And yeah, I guess that would be the first step to it, is getting your tracks where they need to be. I'm going to delete this too. I'll just delete all of that. If it's not in the track, we're not using it in this track, none of this stuff is being used. We're just going to delete it first. First and foremost, we don't need this vinyl. Okay, Holla sounds. God is good. God is good. He deserves all the glory. Right? So I really, but with that, on top of that, I really don't. I just be like, nah. But yes, I appreciate you. All right. So, looking at this track, where do we want to begin? I want to begin at drums and I want to begin at leveling. So there is some leveling done. What I want to do is, what is this bus? What did I do with this bus? Did I do anything with it? It's just a bus. Oh, it was probably something connected to something else that got deleted. Okay, cool. So we don't actually need this bus anywhere because it's not connected to anything. Cool. It can go. Okay, so we're going to bypass this master section and we're going to get started on doing some leveling and mixing. So first thing I want to do, because I actually have the MIDI and the files and stuff, I want to look at this stuff and I want to make sure that there's no extra stuff. Because sometimes you would look at the kick drum or something and it would be like another kick drum on top of it. And that will, give you some stuff that you don't want. So I want to make sure that everything is right where it's supposed to be. Okay, cool. Let's take all this down. Let me see. Save, and optimize. So you have set this up so you can play anything from loops by using blocks. Okay, what are you using to flatten? What are you using to flatten your headphone? Nothing. What do you use, Raging Oracle? Raging Oracle finna get real technical on us right now. He finna get technical on us. Finna get technical on us. Okay. Yeah, I have the audio file 50s. Audio Technica ATH M50s. Audio Technica MTH 50s. TB Morbid plugin. I never heard of that. We might have to check that out. Morbid plugin. Sounds expensive. I'm looking at this calibrated headphones. Experience how sound was meant to be. Okay, we'll check that out next time. Velocity of this kick, we're using Moto Drum. So I don't know. I don't know what the velocity is. I could say the velocity of all of the MIDI is kind of set midway. It's not very soft or very hard in Moto Drum, but this is my Moto Drum right here. Some of the Moto Drum settings. And I'm contemplating doing the hard thing, which is soloing out these instruments so that we can have the full drum kit soloed out, because that would be something that we want to do, which is one of the drawbacks to using like a drum set like this. Of course, like Moto Drums, like they give you this mixer, so like I could mix using this, I suppose. That's something that I could do and something that I might do. But I don't know. I don't think so. Not right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little something in here. So right now I'm just trying to level some stuff out. This snare seems to be getting loud. But instead of doing a bunch of compression, like I said, because I still have the MIDI, I can just come in here. I can find this, double click right here, and select all of them. And while we at it, let's go ahead and group all these. Let's join all these, and then find that, and just kind of make sure everything is right where we wanted it to be. So it's just a little loud. So there are a lot of velocity changes here with this kick drum. And the velocity is okay. I don't want it all to be the same. Let me see. Yes. So if we look at this guy, let's get our big meter out. I want them to put another big meter somewhere. So we're getting to right there about -10 on the drums. So that's where I want to be. I'm just trying to even stuff out so that it's not hitting too far over that -10 mark. Because once we start bringing in the rest of this stuff, it probably will. So I'm going to focus on the rhythm section first. So let's bring some bass in. Did I use this bass? Oh, I got this solo, that's why. This is coming in too fast. Said you can't hear the bass? So so let's look at what VU is doing. Oh, you want more bass? I got you. I explained the difference between VU and peak in a different video, but when you're looking at peaks, right, it's looking at the transients of the actual sound. So when you got this peak, it's looking at the transients that's being created. If you were to like export that out, let's see. Oh, I have it set up. Okay, cool. So we'll do a record source real quick. So over here on the master section, record source, turn that on your sequencer. We're gonna come over here and set this to stereo and then set this to master section. Okay, and then we're just gonna record it. But I'm just recording it so you can see the peaks on these transients. Okay, so looking at these peaks, we stretch this guy out. Control, scroll wheel, zoom, you know. So the peak meter is literally looking at the tops of these. See the tops of these transients. It's saying, where is these transients going? And it's really looking at them exactly when those transients hit. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. Right here at the top of this transient, that's, you can see looking at this, here's our kick. Our kick is pretty much right there, but you can see right here, this is the rim. That rim is still hitting louder than the kick, the very top of the peak of it. So there's a very harsh click right on that rim. And you want that. You want that rim to pop. You want it to snap a little bit. At least I do. So we have that there to do that, right? But so this is not exactly 10. This is a little bit more than 10. I would say the kick is hitting at about 10, but the rim is just peaking a little bit over, maybe around -8 or so. So when you're looking at your meter, let's go to some application zoom. Dang, 240 now. I didn't even know you could zoom in that much. Let's reset and oh, of course, because this level is a lot higher. Let me not use that one. Hold on. No, I guess I can pull it back down. So see how when the kick comes, the kick is hitting like right here at 12, but then the snare is popping up. So the rim is popping up. So that's peak. But if we go to VU, see how the rim doesn't do that pop thing? It doesn't do that because it's not reading the peaks. It's not reading the high peaks. The VU is a meter. It's taking an average of the overall sound after a certain amount of milliseconds, and it's showing you around how the loudness of the track is compared to, a average of the sound. So it's not looking at the high transients. It's looking at the highest transients, the lowest transients. It's creating like a measurement to show you exactly like where it's sitting, right? In terms of like where it's sitting. And it's more so for like how we would perceive the music to be loud or soft. So that's what VU is for. In leveling and like mixing tracks and stuff like that, I use peak. I use peak just so I see where my peak is. But it's one of them things where this is what I would never do. I would never use peak and VU, me personally, because I would get confused because I'm looking at it and I'm saying, it's showing you the two different numbers, but it's not really giving me an accurate read on what I'm looking at, you know. So for me, somebody else that might, you know, that might help, that might be good for you to, you know, to do that. But it's just a little bit different. So you want to make sure that you are using something that you can read and you can obviously tell, okay, this is where the music is sitting at, you know, in its digital representation. So based on that, I probably would say I'm gonna get out of this. So now my DAW is way too huge. So I'm gonna get out of this. I'm gonna go back to like 120. Okay, so we'll zoom out of there. So that was just a represent. You know, I don't need this. It's just to show you what that peak and VU, the difference between the two. So it doesn't jump up on the VU mode because it's not looking at the peaks. It's looking at an average of the sound. But peak is letting you know exactly where the top of your transients are. It will help you to know if you need to use a soft clipper, if you need to use a limiter or not. I want to ask King Willie, because King Willie was dropping a lot of different stuff in here. I was thinking about something today in terms of Reason. Of course, there are other VSTs, but, you know, inside of Reason, I want to use what they give us. So the only soft clip that they have is on the limiter. So I was thinking about today, I literally thought about this today, using 2 of the maximizers, setting one to soft clip and then having one after it not set to soft clip. And the reason why is because I was watching this video on what the soft clipper does and how it can help to balance your limiter a little bit better, because as we were saying, these peaks right here, like if they had a dedicated soft clipper, it would round off some of these, you know, higher transients. So that way the limiter is not catching the tops of these peaks. The limiter is just bringing everything up together. So I'm thinking about doing that as a technique in this video, in this slide. I'm thinking about doing that as a I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test it and see what it do. I'm gonna make it do what it do, baby. I'm gonna try and see. Cause I know, like I said, there are other VSTs, you know, like you could just get like just a straight soft clipper and then you can add that into your master and chain. So you could have if you wanted to use Reason's maximizer, you could just have that into the master and chain, right? You could just have it, boom, you have it down here. Because to my knowledge, this maximizer reads left to right. So the soft clipper is happening after this limiting. So that's what I'm saying. If we add another maximizer on it, if we go here, add another maximizer, and then reset this one so that, you know, this is not a limiter anymore. We turn the limiter off. We just turn on the soft clipper, and now it's just a soft clipper. And then we leave this one as a natural limiter. You guys not speaking English anymore. Marcus Garvey, help me understand. Yeah, but you want to know the weight of the BD drum. VU is weight duration. Okay, yeah, for sure. Put your audio up against the ceiling. You set it in dB. I don't know. You gotta type some more stuff in here so I can get a better understanding of what you're trying to say. So right now we're not using any of the mastering section. That's just an idea, a thought process that I had in terms of that. Okay. So let's kind of go back into, you know, this little leveling situation. I have no sound. Okay, here we go. when you're moving these faders, you can hold shift, and that will move your fader more slightly or accurately than if you just didn't have shift. So it will move a little slower with and without shift. See, I can't even like jump up there as fast if I'm holding shift. So just another one of those little things. Okay. Absolutely. So I would ask you this question. I would say, is there a time to use peak and is there a time to use VU? And I think that the answer would be yes. I think that there's a time to use peak and there's a time to use VU. And also, if you're only in the box, if you're only in this situation here where you're doing it here, like you don't have any other meter, any analog gear to work as a meter, anything else to work as a meter, like, you know, if you're only trusting this VU meter inside of Reason, you know, is that enough? Is that enough for you? Or are you using another VST to check your VU? And, you know, I'm trying to get more clarity on what you're saying. And I told myself I wasn't going to do that, but now I'm interested. I was supposed to just hide this chat and just do it how I would do it and then come back and then do it, which I would say to do. That's what I was supposed to do, but it's okay. And again, I never ever said I was like the best mixing engineer, you know, out there. Just for anybody wondering, I'm just going to take the stuff I know in Reason and apply it to my own track, and we'll see how it go. Marcus, for sure, and we linking up right now. All right, so let's look at this. We said rhythm section, so keep going. I appreciate it. Now, okay, here's something I'm thinking about this stereo. Get that peak meter to -2 dB. Whoa. I'm thinking about moving this guitar this way. Okay, let me see. Do, do, do. I'm gonna have that. Okay, so one thing that I already I was going crazy on the creation side. This why I might need to start doing that thing like they say, mixing while you work, because I added a second one on these after these saturation knobs, which means something was getting pushed a lot to get the sound that I wanted. So now I have to tone the sound. So like over here with this cymbal crash, for example, just like turning the velocity down in the MIDI, because I have the MIDI, whereas maybe I needed to add some kind of compression in that if I didn't have the MIDI, to kind of like really focus in on that loudness of it. But going in and just actually turning that down, versus like turning all of the drums down, that helps. Even too with these toms are just a little loud. Okay, now after this second compressor, no, but aside from these saturation knobs, I really didn't want to use. I didn't even. This is in creation and not the mixing part. Just trying to give some different things to do inside using like Reason devices and stuff like that. So let's tighten these cymbals up because they are a little loud. I can go to like 55. So I don't know if you can tell, but I really do like this Class 2 band compressor that they have. It's very helpful, and I'm gonna use another one. So Marcus, I see you're dirty up the guitar. I see that. I do see that. I do see that. We try to keep it family friendly up in here, but I do see that dirty up the guitar a little bit more. So we can revisit that guitar. Expand the compressor, meaning you want to see the devices, or what do you mean by expand the compressor? Like this? Or are you saying a musical term when you say expand the compressor? Yeah, let's go into moto drum. Oh, you good, you good. Take it down 3. Is there a tambourine? Oh, there is a tambourine. Let's add a little room, but not a lot of room to these guitars. Maybe a little more. Okay, so there's a little bit of something up in there. I'll go into this reverb because you always want to make sure that you keep track of your EQ on your reverb as well. So it's a lot of high up in this low area. We don't want all of that. Muddy up the mix. I'm gonna add up some of this. I want it to be a little. Oh, it's this one. It's really not though. Raging Oracle, Reasonstudios does not mix the submission for PAX. They expect the artist to complete that, but they will, they'll correspond back and forth with you. At least it was my experience as I was working, in that capacity. So like I would send them and then they would say, oh, this or that. But they even sent me like little like demonstration files and like screenshots, snapshots to be like, oh, reorder it like this, or if you change this or change that, they have their own specific way that they want each thing to be, they want each thing to be labeled a certain way and they want it to be mixed a certain way. So they did work with me to, kind of pull it all together, but it was like submission after submission after submission. So they were very, specific about it, but it did help. So like, so we spent some time to do some leveling to kind of get everything to like minus 10 dB, to just kind of put us into a position to where things are not like going very loud over that, and just tighten up some sounds. Like some crashes were too loud, things were just loud, and so like some things was loud, some things was slow. So we just kind of pull things together, in the leveling process of it, to get things sounding a little tighter. But now I'm just fighting this chord. Because for whatever reason, it just sounds off to me, but it's not. It's not that it's off. It's just... I don't know. Yeah, I think so. All right, so now let's do a little tightening up with the EQ. All right, so I know that there's some different thought processes on these shelves, these high pass filters and low pass filters. I myself have been one to kind of go a little crazy, and just cut like super chunks and just like cut like a whole lot of it out. But sometimes a little goes a long way. All right. Just trying to listen and hear if everything is still, you know, where I want it to be. Um, hmm. So I know what I normally would do after this. After I get to this section of like all of these leveling and stuff, I would like go into this multi-band compressor. Raging Oracle, like I think you're right. And then I think that there's also room to find new ways to do things, and there's new techniques, and there's better techniques as well. So like I'm definitely listening to King Willie and Marcus Garvey to like get some of those techniques and get some of those things out there. I don't have a lot of uh-oh, is my stream okay? I don't have a whole lot of like mixing expertise, or like even like situations where it's like a lot of times I stumble upon like really good mixing, like or like I stumble upon like really good stuff, and then there's sometimes where it's like you take some stuff, and then you apply it like that as well. But sometimes it's really just like hearing it. So sometimes it's sound selection. Like I think that this sound selection is good, and a lot of things about it, like even like I'm more happy about the creative side. I'm more happy about the fact that I found these chords and was able to play them on the guitar. Like I'm more excited about that, the creative side. But I know that, this is part of it, and this is like a big part is actually getting the sound how you want it. So we're gonna listen to. So we heard it, without. This is just the level, and now we're gonna hear it with this multi-band compressor on. And then usually, so the bass kind of soft. Usually, if I do that and I put this multi-band compressor on and I'm not in love with it, like if I'm like, oh no, this is still too loud, this is still too this, then I know it's something in the leveling that I did that I'm not liking. So like my process. Probably different from other people's process. Probably a better way to do it. So somebody tell me, like, why is it that when I'm listening to it without this multi-band compressor? Well, I know I can say that part. The multi-band compressor is lifting some things that are lower, and they're leveling them out. But when they're lifting the things that are lower and leveling them out, they're bringing them louder than I want them to be. So I almost need to adjust the compressor or adjust the levels. I'll never really go too deep into their multi-band compressor, but since Greg Keys like mentioned it, let's kind of look at this stuff. All right, so if we use this one, let's unfold all of these. So these compressors are marked at certain hertz, and they split the hertz up using the stereo imager, and they did all this routing so that the different compressors work at different levels. So if we look at let's look at this very low compressor here, 0 to 125 hertz, which would be like where that kick drum and bass and stuff is living. And it's really not. I'm gonna just like make some drastic changes. I'm gonna put this attack really fast. I'm gonna put this ratio really high. I'm gonna put this threshold really low. And it just squashes. It just squashed all of that. The kick, the bass, it just completely squashed it all. Like if we turn it off, so like it's doing the job, it's doing the work, but it never needs to be that dramatic, right? It's like a ton of gain reduction is happening. So, you know, we don't need that much gain reduction for sure. We definitely don't. And it definitely shouldn't be that fast. So what about like this mid-range area? Let's Let's do the same thing to this 125, 500 hertz. Let's just squash it and just hear how it sounds. So we can hear like that. It's like way too much. Great Keys flexing over there. 65-inch TV with Adobe 7.1. Like, whoa. Whoa, my voice probably coming through thunderous in there. What's up, everybody? This your boy Chris Reed. Right now, we are mixing inside of Reason. We are mixing inside of Reason. We are going to approach this mid-range compressor in such a way. Right now, we have been squashing the sound. Way too much ratio and way too much threshold. So we're going to bring our ratio down. Maybe a little bit more than the low. I'm going to bring our compressor. We're going to bring our threshold up. Because squashing that mid-range way too much. Way too much. So as you can see, if you're looking at these highs are not receiving any gain reduction. But these low and low mid range are receiving a lot of gain reduction. I don't think I can get it there. I don't think I can do it. I mean, I got one a couple years ago. I paid a little bit more than $250. What brand do you have? I got Vizio. I think my Vizio is kind of whack. My Vizio is a little whack, but yeah, they get the job done, I guess. He said TCL, yeah. You know what the thing about the TCL, like these brands are like they all will have like, I watch a lot of like Linus Tech Tips though, Great Keys. I watch a lot of Linus Tech Tips, and he went through and they were looking at the different TVs and stuff. And it was another, I think it was like maybe Engadget or like one of these other not TV, but like tech channels. And they were like, oh, if you look at the specs of these TVs, especially like around Black Friday time, if you look at the specs of the TVs, they will have like the same exact parts. They'll have like the same exact parts, but because they call it a, TCL or, Vizio or, depending on the brand, they might bump something here or there, up or down, but it will be like the same. It would be like the same. What's that thing called? It'd be like the same parts. So it's like the same guts of the TV might be there, but especially around Black Friday time, it's like, oh, we just gonna, give you this price for this because we have so many of the same TV and they haven't sold. They've been sitting in the stock room all year. The manufacturer's like, well, we got to get rid of these TVs. So they'll make deals with, like, Sony will make deals with like a lower brand, give them, the materials to make and produce these cheaper TVs, but it'd be like the same materials. So that's why it's like, it's whatever you got. I mean, like, you can definitely tell the difference between, like, if you got like a Samsung, Sony, like something super high quality, that's like the top tier, you probably could tell the difference there. But if you're looking at like a mid range, or something like that, and it's still gonna be fly. You know what I'm saying? It's still gonna be fly. But say for example, I've been to a house of a friend, and I'm looking at his Samsung, and I'm looking like, hey, it looks a little dark toward the bottom. Like what's going on there. And so some of the LEDs are dimming, and it's like a fairly new TV. That's a manufacturer issue. That's something that is like, you got to catch that within the time that they, that you purchase that TV, so that they can, fix that for you, because it's not supposed to look like that. So versus my Vizio, I've never had any dimming issues. I've never had any problems and issues like that. All right. So back to this little sound situation here. Too much highs. Let's tame them down a little bit. Man, that hi-hat. Okay, so it's a MIDI thing. Cause I'm like, yo, what is? It's just like too loud. I'm not understanding. That don't need to be there. Yes, Sasha. Yes. Yes. Right? Okay. Now I wanna do that thing I was talking about earlier where I add in I add in a soft clipper and then I add in another maximizer. I wanna see what that does if it matters. Okay, so now I'll go back and I'll have that conversation we was having about um the using that tool to calibrate the headphones. What's up, Chuck G? Because I can definitely tell a difference because this is what I'm about to say. I know that it's not too much bass, but in my headphones it feels like a lot of bass. And I don't think that these headphones are extra bassy. But I feel like they have enough bass to where, like, I would normally, I would say song. I would say there's some elements. I would say, okay, let me not get distracted. It feels like it's too much bass, but I don't think it is. So I'm gonna mute my mic so I can play it on my monitors, and I don't know if that's gonna make a difference or not, but I just want to hear the difference on it on my monitors and from my headphones. So now I'm curious to know what it sounds like at Great Key's spot because he got the whole surround sound system. Now I'm curious to hear what that sound like. So I would say passes the monitor check when I just played it on my monitors for a few seconds. But of course, it's not the great. You know, the next test for me would be like the car test because like my wife's car, she has really nice speakers in her car, so I would check it in there as well. But also just I want to do another test in terms of different stuff we did. And I still haven't used this master. Oh, we have to throw the whole track away, y'all. Oh, do we gotta throw the whole track away? Let's go ahead and export this out. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't even gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it out loud. I ain't even gonna say it. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I have to just throw away that whole hour. But I'm gonna export it. I'm listening on Beats Flex earbuds and it's sounding silky on these. So I'm going to export it, and then I'm going to close this and open the other one. So we're going to close this. We're going to open, no, not that one. We're going to open Blocks Collection. The first one where I didn't do any, this is mixing Blocks Collection, where I didn't do any real mixing, but I know what I was doing. I was doing something else. So maybe that is the thing. Maybe I really do need to, hey, what's up, Ashley? Maybe I really do need to mix while I am, but I can't. That's the thing. My ears, I need to feel like, okay. When I first started working on this Blocks collection, the entire Blocks collection, when I first started working on it, the first thing I did was the Moto drum, and I went in and I put all of the different saturation and all of the saturation knobs and the turn that guy off. Turn you off too. So I did the saturation knob. So because I really wanted the kick, that was the main focal point. So I didn't start making beats until I got the kick exactly where I wanted it to be. So I was like, we're just going to work on just these: Moto drum, bass, Rhodes, piano. And I only, from the beginning, I really only used that. See, like nothing else. This is the first block. I really only used that. But I was like tweaking stuff to get it to sound how I wanted it to sound before I started creating anything. So it's something about the sound. It has to be a certain feel. Like, so even when I go to like record my live drums, because I don't like the way the drum set sounds, like it's like some tuning that needs to be done. It's like I need to replace the heads. I need to get better microphones to mic up the drum set. It has to have a certain sound before I can even get into the creative mode, before I can even like hear things and like want to start producing. It has to sound a certain way where it's like, okay, now that's the sound that I want. So I know that I did a whole bunch of creative sound things that have nothing to do with like mixing, which is why it might be a better way. It might be better for me in terms of my process to actually bounce all of the tracks and then mix in a separate file where I can't go back and change any of those creative changes that I did. And now it's just leveling and getting the stereo field right and, working in the mid section and using the compressors correctly, because I know that I'm listening because I want a certain feel. I want to feel the kick a certain way. And this is just some of the limitations with like making beats in headphones and not in like a controlled studio environment. I want to hear and feel things a certain way. And so if I don't hear it and feel it a certain way, then I can't even get really inspired to start creating. The problem with that is when it comes to the mix, now it's like I got stacks of saturation knob and two band compressors, and I have all these things that I did to the drum, even like in Moto drum, in their mixer that they have, which is really good, by the way. I need to see how much is it? Like, I might really have to look into it because I just like it. So look, I have I have a compressor, a clipper, a EQ, and I had to do all of this different EQing to get that kick drum exactly how I wanted it to sound. But also went into here and did some tuning and stuff, changed these settings. All of these settings have been changed in order to get the kick drum exactly how I wanted it to sound. So I know that it changes the overall sound of the track because I did that. Like if I just did a clean moto drum without any of the changes that I did, it would sound totally different. So I'm going to keep having that conversation as I go over here to Coastal Breeze, and we're just going to export. We're just going to export it. Okay. And this is Coastal Breeze no mix. And because I want to hear them side by side. And there's a couple things that I didn't do in this that I wanted to do. And hopefully if you came for like any of these like techniques that you saw some of the stuff and that you also, got something from the chat, from the chat section from Holla Sound, Sasha, Gray Keys, and then also King Willie, as well as Marcus Garvey. Hopefully you see some of the stuff that they've been talking about in different ways that you can set up the mixer and set up some stuff, and you can apply some of that as well. Don't just take whatever I do or whatever I say as the end all be all, because it's definitely not. But use all of those things and use your ear too. And then you can, really apply that to your music. But, I just kind of try to go over some of the basics and some of the general stuff and try to give you guys something and that you can use. So I'm going to load in, where is it at? In Dust and Documents. I'm just going to load in these two. Okay. And I'm already not liking what I see just by looking at the WAV file, because the WAV file says a lot too. Okay, yeah, there's some difference. Okay, so in looking at these, so this is just going to be loud and just pushed to oblivion. It's just loud and pushed to oblivion. I did bounce at -2 on one of them. So the Coastal Breeze no mix, it just doesn't have anything. It's literally just, it's whatever I was doing when I was creating. It's whatever I was doing when I was It's whatever I was doing when I was creating. So it doesn't have any of, on the peak meter. Let me see something. Turn this back on. My guess is that one is going to be louder than the other, but one is going to be much cleaner than the other. One is going to be louder than the other, but one is going to be cleaner. Let's see. Oh, fast version. I didn't set the tempo. I think the tempo was at 100. was that tempo? Somebody tell me what that tempo was. Holla sounds. Don't. What you doing, man? What you doing, Holla sound? What you? Don't do that. Don't do that. Holla sounds. I just said don't do that. Holla sounds. I just said don't do that. You still doing it. What are you doing, man? Stop. Don't do that. Okay, so that's no mix. Okay, that's both of them together. Yeah, I would say wow, that just sounds like a bunch of like, I don't know. So I can definitely hear this is going somewhere. See the two differences, that's going somewhere. That can further receive polishing. But the no mix is like, yeah, that's not gonna do it, right? The no mix is not gonna do it. Let's put on this big clipper, big meter. We'll put on VU. So we can see like the no mix is living around like -12 and it's kind of jumping to around -4, nowhere near like 0 or negative or like, 0.2, nowhere near either of those, right? On that, and we go over here to the other one. So of course it's louder. It's living around -4, jumping up to around 0, but it's not a good sound though. It doesn't sound good. It's loud, not a good sound. So just make sure nothing else is on. Okay, nothing else is on. I think a hi-hat's still too loud. So, still too loud on that, what's the name? I'm gonna jack up this, volume though. Let's unbypass this. It's still too loud, right? Yeah, it's like still too loud. What's happening? take a look at this file as we change some of these things. Turn off this soft clipper. So I did some recording of the master section. Holla Sounds, man. Take care. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you for coming through. Appreciate you, my brother. Have a good work shift in the morning. Still kind of hitting right to the edge. Still kind of hitting right to the edge. He said, "Oh, you woke me up." It's a good question. I don't know what you would call it. I think I would call it more mastering. I don't know. This part is really just about volume, because we were checking out. We definitely know that in terms of the mix, so no mix. In terms of the mix, or quote unquote mix that we did, it definitely has a better sound than it did when we first started off. So when we're listening to this, is before we did any mixing to it. So that's just a bunch of, like loudness. But this one. You can even just hear that like certain instruments sit in certain places. But when you look at the overall like volume of the track and what is being played, because that's another thing too. I just like my headphones are just set to max volume. That probably is not a good thing, but the headphones are just set to max volume. But when I go to play it, you can see like the VUs, it's hitting around, So right about here is like, okay, between somewhere in it's like -6 is the top part of that VU. Jay Robertson, what's good? Everything is good on this side, man. We just enjoying life, We enjoying life. So to answer the question, when I exported it, I kind of had some of the mastering suite on Reason, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was a master. So this could be a master, but somebody might look at that and say, well, you had a limiter on the other file that you exported. So this would be like technically a remaster. But right now I'm just looking for volume. I'm just saying, like, if I boost the volume, what happens to the track? Does it get muddier or does it get clearer? Is it just louder? Or, are there still things that need to be done? So if we turn this master section on, what happens? No, but let's get one. Reference tracks are important as well. Let's get one. What's a good song that I could use for this? I haven't been using one during the stream. During the stream, I just was kind of listening. This is a good time to bring that in, you know, to bring in using a reference track. So using something that has already been mixed, already been mastered to, you know, kind of, you know, all right, it has a similar vibe or similar feel, and you can use the reference track to let you know, like, oh, how loud is it? How loud? Oh, yes, I love me. Yeah, so let's do that too. Let's do that. I have one of those. I think King Willie put me on to the Lufs meters. I have one. Where is it at? It's is it? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. So a little loudness meter. So we'll probably should put it on. It needs to be after. But if it's after, I think I did this before. So I think what I just did was I just used the, oh, I couldn't have. I think I just used the control room out and just did it like that. I think it makes a difference. I think it still pulls in the changes from the master section. Oh, come back. Yeah, okay. So we can use control room out, so that's good. Okay, cool. So we can see where we're at with this meter here. Let me reset this guy. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming. McDove was good. Glad you're joining the stream. So we're saying 9 dB, and then King Willie said 14. So I knew this was coming. I was like, oh, this is coming. I said somebody's gonna say two different numbers. I said I knew this was coming because I'm aiming, because I remember King Willie said that last time. He was the one who put me on to this loudness meter. And he was like, oh, go for like -14. And you know, both of you guys, just give me your reasons for these numbers that you have just said. What is the reason for these numbers that you just said? Why? Well, yes. So I know that like Spotify has a number, Apple Music has a number, Tidal has a number, YouTube has a number. All of them they all have numbers, and some of those numbers vary. Some of those numbers are the same. So I get you. I got you, King Willie, because we talked about that last time, and that makes sense for why we aiming for 14. So now I'm asking McDove, what's your reason for aiming for that number? Negative 14 is where Spotify will adjust down your mix to, but if it's lower, it will sound extremely lower when compared to other mix. Okay, got you. And we talked about that on this. We've talked about that on this page too. So thank you. Yes, thank y'all. You know what I'm saying, for bringing those points in, because those points are important, because they're not gonna normalize your stuff up. They're not gonna boost it up for you. They're just not. You know, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna bring it up for you, but they definitely will bring you down. But they're not gonna bring you up. So if it's not loud enough, then when, you know, listening from one track to the next track, it's just going to be like, oh, well, that track was obviously lower. So McDove is saying to go above, I believe is what he's saying, to go even louder. When you aim for 9, which is CD quality, your mix will still sound fuller. 9 scares me. 14 is already like, 14 in terms of loudness is already like, oh, like I could hear the difference as I was increasing this input gain from when I started at like, what was that, 17, 16, started at 17, 16, trying to get it to negative 14. It was just like pushing, just very loud. But again, like I said, I always put my headphones too loud anyway, so maybe I need to drop this headphone down. You know what? Somebody that I do use for a reference, we was talking about that earlier. Somebody I use for a reference is like Tone Jones. I always like listen to Tone Jones beats, and I like listen to hear like his stuff to see like how loud his stuff is, like how his kick is hitting, how his snare is hitting, how his instruments are sounding. Because I think he's dope. So I always listen for him. I'll be like, okay. And so I play them back to back and be like, okay, Chris, yours sound like this, his sounds like that. So, you know, in terms of references, meter plugs loudness penalty VST will let you know where you at for streaming services, bro. I think this one has it too. The pro version of this one, where is it at? It has like another feature or something where you can set it to different settings. Yeah, see, look, on the pro version, it says it. Okay, which one do you want it to set to? And then you can go from there. And it's like everyone is different. Look, all of these, they're different settings. Why does it have to be different settings? How come there's just not a TV streaming setting and a, you know, phone service streaming setting? How come every single one is different? Well, it's because every single one is different. Oh, it's free? Ooh, something free? Ooh, free? Now, free get my attention now. Free, hold on now. Meter plugs. I'm gonna have to check that out. Meter plugs. What is it? Loudness penalty. Let's say they want $49, man. It say they want $49. It don't say free. It say they want $49. It's not free no more. It must not be free no more. He said it was free for me. They was hooking you up. I'm trying to see if I yeah, it must have been for a limited time. Once they got enough people to download and they got them emails and they got whatever they got for it, they was like, all right, the rest of y'all finna pay. The rest of y'all finna pay for this. But they do have some film, TV, gaming. They do have some options here. I don't want to change anything though, just in case. So we're hitting at negative 14. Let's see if we, I don't know if we can get it to 9 with Reason. I just push this all the way up. See what we get. Set to 1. Causing me ear fatigue right now is them hi-hats. I'll put on a maximizer. I think the only thing I could get the maximizer to was -2. I couldn't even get the on Reason. I don't know if you can set it to -1. It only goes, even if I hold shift, it won't go to 0.1. It only goes to 0.2. Can you get yours to 0.1? What if I zoom in all the way? What if that changes it? Oh, I could also do this. We could do edit automation. Oh, we getting technical now, y'all. We could do edit automation and draw this in, and then with the value, the original value is set to 63. And we want the value to be set at like 64. Will that do it? What about 65? No. Let me see. I'm trying to see how I can, I've never been able to set it at exactly that amount. It's not even changing. Oh, y'all played me. Y'all played me. Reason? Or Reason, you played me. Let me see. What if we do it there? Hit edit automation. Now the number is set to 70. Am I on the wrong? Oh, it's muted. I hate stuff like that. If it's muted, the automation won't change. Okay, unsolo. Mute this one. And then now it will change. Yeah, now it changes. Okay, for sure. All right, here we go. All right, so boom. Set this to a number. 65 is 0.2. Yeah, see? I don't think you can do incremental values. It won't let you do incremental values. So our only option is 0. 63 is 0.2. I only can get it to 0.2. You can adjust the output on Uling. I think you, okay, let me see. Oh no, Uling might not. Uling is only a meter though. It's not gonna let you change the actual outputs, right? Uling won't let you change the outputs. Says 0.1. True peak max 0.1. We also could change this. We can raise this up. Leave the output gain at 0 on my maximizer. I usually leave it at 0 and then adjust everything else. So like if we turn this soft clipper off, it'll clip. Yeah. So if we turn this 4 millisecond look ahead on, it shouldn't clip. But it did clip. Oh, fast has to be set to fast. Okay. Now let's check. I'm gonna add that second one in. Go to -1. I can go to 0.9 or 1.1. Oh, -1, not 0.1. Oh, you're saying the true peak should be at -1, not 0.1. Like this. This is 0.3. Stay open. All right, we're at -1.0. All right, cool. Let's check it out. Let's yeah. All right. So here's our new waveform. Thank you, King Willie. Here's our new waveform. I didn't get the beginning part of it. Here's our new waveform. Let me see. I like that too. I just like the oh, turn this off. But you know what? You know what we're hearing now? We're hearing it running through that maximizer and limiter again. So I need to go up here and bypass this. All right, there we go. So we went from that, from this, and just added a little bit of loudness to it. Added a little volume. Hey, it even fixed that hi-hat a little bit. Not this part. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. See, that's me. That's MIDI. Okay, that's the MIDI in the hi-hat. The MIDI in the hi-hat is not set for the verse part. So on the hook part, the MIDI is set. No, it's not clipping. Okay, I'm gonna do this for all my beats now. Dope. Doing it for all my beats. King Willie, where is your YouTube page? What's up? What you doing? What's up? Hold on real quick. What you doing? Is this you? No, this that ain't you. Shy, man, you better get that Shy out of here. Shy. How come I can't find? All right, so look, man. Shoot. He dashing while listening. Marcus Garvey, we've been working on this mix master situation. While you've been dashing, I probably need to get out there and do some grub hubbing too. So this says King Willie 4L. Is that you, King Willie 4L? I'm not even subscribed. Come on, man. Yes, I would say yes. So only thing I need to go back into the Reason file and fix the rest of the hi-hat, the MIDI on the hi-hat, because the hi-hat on the verse is just too loud. And then I need to see what I want to do with the track altogether, because right now it's like an intro, hook, little verse section, and then like a little bridge outro type section. But somebody asked, and I meant to answer the question, but I neglected it. But Walt, if you're still here, I do appreciate the question. I hope that you are still here. If not, maybe catch it on the rewind, or, you know, I'll find a way to get in contact with you so I can answer the question. But he says, hi, Chris, off topic. What is your ultimate goal for your music production? I love your channel because you don't just do one style of music and you give easy to follow tutorials. Big respect. I meant to shout this out earlier and answer the question, and also just, you know, say thank you. I appreciate, you know what I'm saying, the feedback. My ultimate, I'm still learning and I'm still figuring it out. I'm still learning. I'm still figuring it out, man. Like, I can tell y'all, like, there's parts of me that's just like, man, I just like creating stuff, man. I just like creating stuff, and I just like being creative. I don't want to be a sound engineer. Like, I don't want this job. This job that King Willie is perfect for, and like Catchy Noise Production is perfect for, and probably like McDove and Marcus Garvey, like Chuck, like all these with all this insight and like different like ways that you guys have invested in your knowledge and you've invested in your gear and you've invested in your software, all of that stuff is like paying off for you guys because you guys are very knowledgeable in terms of that mix process and the engineering side of it. Definitely skilled, talented, gifted individuals for sure. That's not where I want to be with it. If I never have to mix another one of my beats ever again, I'll be perfectly fine with it, right? I'll be perfectly fine with never ever mixing another one of my beats. But I do see, like, even with this, I see the value in it because hearing this unmixed version, I'll just listen to that all day. But hearing this version and knowing that with a few more tweaks and a few more, a little more time put to it, like I could put that on Spotify as a little instrument. I could put that on something as like a little instrumental. I think that has a nice little bounce, a nice little groove to it. That could be on a commercial somewhere. That could be in a sync license. Like that could be somewhere. So I understand the value of mixing. So I might have to really just invest in it. I don't think that it's for me to invest in the knowledge part of it. I think that it's an investment in, but like when Marcus Garvey's saying mixing is a big part of production, and that's true. So I've acquired very little in order to be able to take things to a certain place. And then like you take things to a certain place, but that doesn't mean it takes it to perfect or perfection. It doesn't mean that it takes it to exactly where it should be. But I see, like Chuck G said, that's another train of thought, right? It's a separate mix. It's a separate art in itself. So there's a lot of different classes that you can put yourself into. It's a lot of different. Pat Webb says that King Willie is something else, man. I can't tell. Well, maybe put the thumb down sound, so I can't tell. Pat Webb, King Willie is, what I'm saying? I appreciate the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what you're saying. Let me focus, y'all. Y'all, come on, y'all. Come on. I got chat, distracted by chat. Let me focus. The question is, what is my ultimate goal with music production? It's really just for me to put together the music that I want to be able to put together. So there's parts of me that's like, I wanted to be able to play certain chords. That's literally how I started my music production. It was, I want to know, how do you play the chords that make people say, ooh, ah, like that's literally how I started. I wanted to be able to play, I just wanted to be able to play like, chords. I just wanted to be able to play certain chords, and I wanted to be able to learn and find those chords. And so like that was the biggest part starting off. And then it was like, man, and I think it's the reason why I saved this for like the last conversation, because let me turn my camera back on too, because it's still a journey for me. It's still a journey for me. Like it's still a journey for me. I think that there's a lot of different things that I could do in that journey, and there's a lot of different places that I could go. But as of now, it's still a journey. It's still me figuring out what it's going to be when we say, what's my ultimate goal. I'm trying to fix my camera, y'all. I don't know what my. Here we go. It's still a journey that I'm like traveling on because I don't know what my ultimate goal with music production is. I don't know what the ultimate goal with music production is. I just know that I'm at this point right now doing what I'm doing right now. I definitely don't have all the answers, but I'm still learning, and that's still like super fun for me. I think of it like I think that the business side of it and like creating a YouTube channel and trying to like create some value and create a place where I can like make money is important, but it would be to the situation where it's like if I had a stockbroker or lawyer or or even like as an even just like whatever kind of job I could have, if I was making tons of dollars and tons of money, I still would be probably like making beats, playing piano. I don't know whether or not I would be doing it to the amount that I'm doing it because something else is taking that time. I'm doing all this talk. The microphone is over here. Who are you talking to? Hey y'all, I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm still growing. I'm still learning. Okay, y'all bear with me, man. They can't hear you. Too far away. Listen, I don't know what my ultimate goal in music production is. And when I was talking to my wife about it last night, we was looking at that video together that we started this stream talking about. We were talking about Timbaland. And I just told her, I said, I don't have 6 beats that I could play for Timbaland that I think would be like, hey, listen to these because I want either your critique or I want to know if there's a placement opportunity. Like, I don't even think I formulated that yet to where I could be like, yeah, I definitely want to push and seek out a placement from someone on a major label or anything of that nature. We also talked in a previous video about the dangers of getting involved with certain kind of people and like their ideologies and like the things that they believe in versus the things that I believe in. So that's always going to be a struggle and a journey in itself as well. If I can find a happy medium, and my brother Curtis King, he talks about it, being a DIYer, a person that does it yourself, in music production, and the difference between like being a self-made music producer and artist and an independent music producer, artist, content creator, and being in the music business, right? Being on a major label. It's not to belittle one or to exalt the other. It's just to say there's different roads to doing the thing that you want to do to like create a provision for yourself. That's really what it comes down to it. Because somebody else was telling me, oh no, not somebody else, I was having this conversation even with Catchy Noise Production. We was on the phone. And, we was talking about this thing like passion. We say the thing that you would do for no money is your passion. Like that's the thing. You would wake up and do it. You would go to sleep doing it. You would do that thing. That's your passion. And I had to adjust it, in that conversation for me because it has to be more for me because I have a wife, I have a son on the way. I have responsibilities and family. So it's like, yes, it's the thing that you would do for no money, but it's like right now you can't even think about that because you have all of these other things that you gotta, take care of, and yourself, your own wants, your own desires, your own self-care and your own, motivations, your own, survival, right? All of those things are important and they're prevalent and they're right there in our face every single day. So it's like, oh, that was the adjustment. So I said, it would be my passion if I was single. If I was single, it would be my like passion, that thing. Oh, the thing you would do for no money. Sure. Because while I was single, I did it a whole lot. I did it a whole lot where it's like, oh, one day we'll get a deal, or one day we'll get a placement, or one day. All of that's cool when you're going for it with that kind of mentality. So I'm saying all that to bring back into the idea of the ultimate goal with music production. I don't even know if I have an ultimate goal with music production. I have an ultimate goal with content creation. I have an ultimate goal with like YouTube for sure. Ultimate goal with YouTube is 100,000 subscribers, 1,000,000 subscribers. The ultimate goal with YouTube is to create a place where people know that they can come and get value, that they can come and get, if not, knowledge from me, knowledge from a community. Come to a place where, family friendly, where it's God centered, to be able to, have a channel that, people appreciate and that, helps us to provide a living. You know what I'm saying? I do have that as a goal for sure. So music production is kind of like, I know that there's things, I've said this in a sermon that I preached once. That there's things that you have not done. And that's the reason why you are not where you want to be. And when I was saying it in the sermon, I was talking about prayer. I was saying, that you have not prayed hard enough. You have not prayed enough, and you have not put the work toward your prayer that you gave. You haven't done it. And if you have, then now it's time to put the work in, and now it's not the time to give up. Now it's the time to go harder because it's on the other side. So I can say with almost most assurity, like I have not joined Beat Club. I am not, talking to producers or talking to artists or sending out beats. I'm not doing any of those things. So I know that there's work that I have not done to be considered a music producer and to make a living as a music producer. But do I talk to people about YouTube? Do I read books about YouTube? Do I strategize? Do I research? Oh, yes, absolutely. Do I invest? Absolutely. I will invest in camera gear, faster than I will invest in music gear. And well, there's a couple of reasons for that, but the point being is that I know that there are things I have not done on the music production side, right, to push you into that realm, push you into that lane. And right now I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it because I'm still growing and maturing and learning how to deal with that kind of a place. You get thrust into, an environment that you're not ready for. The environment is going to eat you alive. So you do have to be ready for that environment and, as polite, courteous, nice, and or stern, strict, that you need to be in order to survive that environment. And if you're not, the environment will eat you alive. So I used to say, it was a long time ago, I used to say, I remember I was talking to, I was thinking about going to, what was I going? I was thinking about going to Full Sail University. And there was a couple reasons why I was thinking about going to Full Sail University. The first reason was for the knowledge that I could get from going to that university. The second reason was because of like the degree, like they offered you an actual degree in like music production or like engineering or whatever. So it was like, oh, I could show my mom and my dad that I went to a college and I got a degree. That was just important to me. And of course, it was like, I guess you get like a laptop with like software and stuff like that. So they had all these added benefits and bonuses. And it was like going to a college just strictly about that seemed like a place that I wanted to be. And when they called me and they asked me, why I wanted to go, or like a similar question about my goal in music production, I was like, yeah, I want to win a Grammy. That's what I told that person on the phone. I want to win a Grammy. And you know what they told me? They said, hey, well, over here at the university, we have had some alumni and people who have graduated from the college go off to win Grammys. And then you know what the truth about that situation is? The number that probably went off to not win a Grammy is like exponentially higher. So, but it just goes to my mentality of what I was thinking about. It's like, I want an accolade. I want something to say I achieved this great thing. And it's like your goals and your dreams, they shift, they change. You know, winning a Grammy back then, I don't even know what 18-year-old Chris was thinking about when he said he wanted to win a Grammy. I don't know where exactly I was with that, but I know today I'm not all that concerned about winning a Grammy. And in comparison from today to 18-year-old Chris, you know, it might still be far away, but I'm closer to a Grammy today than I was at 18. So it's just like, but things change. Your goals change, your dreams change, your vision change, your mission, how you get to your goal and your vision. All of that stuff changes over time. Sometimes it changes for the better. Sometimes things happen that's unexpected. They change for the worse. So, but in the end, it's like, are you still reaching for it? Are you still reaching for something? So I'm still mapping out my journey. Last year, I was super pumped and excited because on my Instagram page, I had got a video that hit like 1 million views. And I was like, whoa, that's super dope. But the video had nothing to do with music production. It was a video about Uber Eats. It was a story that I was telling about Uber Eats. But it got 1 million views. And I was like, wow, that was something. And it was dopamine. It was like, you know, the chemicals in your brain, seeing all of those follows and likes and all of the comments and stuff that was coming from the video was like intriguing to me. And it made me feel like, wow, you could really do something with this. And then the video went to 2 million. And I was like, hey, yo, what's happening? We had 2 million views. And I can't even tell you like if that matters or how important that is then. But I just remembered the feeling of it being like, oh, we could really do something. Oh, we could really go somewhere. Oh, hold on. We could really do something. We really could do. But even in that, there was things that I needed to do to capitalize on that moment that I just wasn't capitalizing on. So I know that in this situation, I know that this channel, working with Reason, making beats, being creative, I know that there are things that I need to do or can do or should do. And I have not done them yet, but I'm not going to stop. So I think I said that to Ryan yesterday. Whatever it take, I'm not going to stop. We just going to keep going. We're going to figure it out. We're going to adjust. We're going to move, you know. We gonna do Uber Eats. We're gonna do Uber Eats. We're gonna do photo shoots and video editing for other people, websites and other people. We're gonna do website building. We're gonna do whatever we need to do to put ourselves into a position where I can retire my wife and I can retire my mom and I can retire the people that I love. And, you know, we can just do some dope stuff, man. All in the name of the Lord. So, you know, we start the string with a little, you know, we start the string with a little monologue. We end the string with a little monologue. I hope that y'all have enjoyed the stream thus far. You know, I really appreciate each and every one of y'all that came through. Oh, look, Tasia came through. We love it. We're all learning and growing. That's right, babe. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all. Let me see. I'm gonna just look at some of these chats. You got it, bro. Learn EQ and you there. I showed you mastering, which is optimizing loudness. I'm a producer, mix and master and live music engineer. I mix with Grammy women producers, but no one knows my face. McDove, the secret, the secret, you know, behind all of the sauce that's happening out there. I'm still learning too, bro. Wet behind the ears, as Mixed Ali would say. Man, and the world is small, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Mixed by Ali, the world is small. You know what I'm saying? At one point, at arm's length, I could reach out and touch that man. And then he just went boom, gone. No longer at arm's reach. Oh, you know what I'm saying? But the world is small. It's really crazy how small it is, man. Let me see. He said I got 50 joints. He said I got 50 joints that could be placed, not 6. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I could say that I'm at a position where it's like I want placements. I know that I want what comes with placements, but I'm saying like I don't even know if I don't know yet. I don't know. I don't know. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. It factors what you have, man. Music is hobbyish right now until it supports you, right? Right. And then like even that like without God it means nothing, bro. Exactly. Even with like a hobby, right? Like even with like a hobby, like right now I use music. Sometimes my music production goes into the other avenue. So like I said, like I do video production. So sometimes a lot of my beats end up in those videos, or like different people I'm editing for. Like instead of using like a royalty free library or something like that I gotta pay for, it's like, hey, I got this track, I'll add it into your invoice, and that way you have like custom beats, right? Stuff like that, where it's like, just working it out. So it's like trying to move away from hobby. It's definitely just something I enjoy, but willing to make the investments to move it past that. How to get things you need to get placements, then a how to market your portfolio to get placements videos. Yes, those will be some good videos to watch and research. Lone Grow just got here. What's up? Lone G Row. Lone Row. But yes, for sure. We all just working at it, man. We all just working at it. So let's keep the grind up, man. Let's keep it going. Okay, Chris, I have a question. Any chance I could send you some items via email? Yeah, for sure. It is often the case that we create something new in music, but no one knows us. Absolutely. You could make a series on how to get your paperwork, affiliations, and things like that ready to seek placement, documentary type series. That could be interesting. Yeah, kind of like, but I even think about that, like, right, like Simon Servita, right? Simon Servita has definitely like locked in a sound and an audience and a process to his beats and mixing beats and songwriting, and he's locked all that in. At least that's what we see or at least that's what I see when I watch his videos. I'm like, oh, he's locked in. He knows how to create his bounce. He knows how to create, whatever you need to create in a song for it to go to that next level. It's not like something that is experimenting. I'm still in an experimenting stage. I want to learn how to play some guitar chords a little bit better stage. I'm still in that stage. But somebody like him, he did a video series called Road to Placements, and he just continued to make these videos until he got a major placement. And when he got the major placement, you could kind of see what was happening, to get to that mode, the different people he got in contact with, the different phone calls he took, the emails he answered, the business, meetings that he went on, the beats that he made, the production that he did, everything that he did built up to it. And, but at that time, his following was large. It was large. He already had a large following to where that also helped to do some of the work for him. So just kind of like just looking at that to say, well, if he was already kind of looking at it with his kind of audience, and he was like not yet placed, not yet like big on placements, with his, very large audience, then, me, as I'm building my followership, maybe I don't have to expect that just yet, like just right now, and just keep working and then just keep, doing our thing. Hey, King Willie, man, it's been real. We finna sign out too, bro. I appreciate you for coming through. Where can I send you songs to audition, on YouTube or somewhere else? So, my email is my name and then, Gmail. I think it's on the YouTube page somewhere. I don't want to type it in, for fear of bots, but I think they can listen to your voice now anyway, so it don't really matter. But if you're trying to send something, also you can follow me on Instagram. That's at Chris Reed Beats. So follow me on Instagram, hit me up on there, and yeah, you can send me some stuff. We can listen and see if we are fit and we can work together, man. Great Keys, we have to keep grinding and encourage one another, man. Great Keys is my brother, man. He definitely encourages me for sure. You know what I'm saying? A lot, and we gonna have to link up together too, because he has unlocked a lot of that I was talking about earlier. Like, there hasn't been a time that Great Keys hasn't played something on his Instagram and I was like, yo, this is like fire, bro. This is next level. Every single time. It's just the bounce, it's the mix, it's just the sound selection, just everything about it is just spot on. Whereas I might be making some somebody said it before, some elevator music, some little jazzy music or whatever. But Great Keys he really like turns it up, man, and just like makes some really dope stuff, man. Just off top, really dope stuff. So hopefully you got some value out of this video. If you did, please be sure to give me one of them thumbs up. If you have not subscribed to the channel, man, subscribe to the channel. Watch the replay if you're catching this at the end, the tail end. It's time for me to head out, get me something to eat, take a break, take a walk, feel the sunlight, get out of this artificial lighting that's happening right now. And, you know what I'm saying, just go on with the rest of my day. I'm pretty sure I got something else that I was supposed to do today, and I'm not sure. Stream back to back from yesterday to today. I mean, it only seems right as though we keep this going to Friday. We've been streaming 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wednesday, Thursday. Might as well come back tomorrow. Maybe we do some listening to some of you guys' stuff, because you guys are extremely talented. And, I want to hear some of the stuff that you guys been working on too. So if you see that pop up, if you see you'll know by tonight, because I got a meeting that I'm doing tonight that will let me know whether or not I got some time tomorrow. So if you see that pop up, that we're doing a live stream where we're listening to your music, man, please be ready to send your submissions in. Just like Tripophonic said, just be ready to send some stuff in, man. I'll put like a link out, or you can just send it to my email. But yeah, man, for sure. So let me see. I'm just checking in. Thanks for all your tips, tricks, and vibes. May God continue to bless you, and you as well, my brother JR. Appreciate you. But just keep working on your thing. Just keep doing your thing. Just whatever it is that you do, you just keep doing it, man. And I encourage everybody, man, to just keep working. Just keep working. Just keep grinding. Keep doing your thing. That's always what I'm trying to do, is be positive and just keep working, keep grinding, keep having fun. And we will be back with more videos here on the channel. More reason, more music, more everything, more life. More life, like Drake said. But with that being said, man, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get out of here so I can go give you some snacks, something to eat on or something real quick. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you for watching. Until next time, peace.